What a week, huh?
Oh boy. No.
Oh my god. Ooh. At least my headache has finally subsided. I love having a headache. For a week. Well, it wasn't a week, it was a weekend. Don't want to sign in. What was this supposed to be? Right, I just moved it here. This is it. I'm not in the zone I was in when I wrote this. Not even a little bit. If AoE pattern does not equal null, then we are using the AoE pattern to determine the size and the pattern. And then we also use the center point size to determine the offset. This is the center point. And you have the pattern size. And this is where it's supposed to use the unit instead. So the size is the AoE value. The offset is size divided by 2. No. Offset is just size. So if the range is 1, then the offset is just 1. Right? Yeah. And then the AoE bounds are position minus offset And on the other side, it's gonna be... It says the mouse tile position. That's not correct. That's just not correct. We have to say if main controller action to trigger dot I need to add something, I think. See, here we have target type single. We have none, self, single, multiple, and ground. I want to change these. It should be target, multiple. That's something I don't really have. Have I ever used that? I'm gonna change this to AOE. Really, a ground targeted thing is an AoE, I would say. But what we need is a PB AoE. Then we go over here. Target type. PB AoE. Use dual scene is not true. I don't think the AP cost should be 10. Maybe we'll make it like 8 or something. I don't know. Hello, Death Piss. Where was I? No, that's not where. Why is there an error here? There's no error there. Okay. Pathfinding mode, unit, AoE info. Oh no, it's not in that order. Wait, no. Target location. Location, position, AoE. Init move mode. I don't know when you ever need target location here. I don't feel like that's ever actually, like, set. That's something that's done in pathfinding data. And I don't actually know why. Is this in the same order? Pathfinding mode, object, position, area of effect, location. Okay then. Hello, WPGB Studio. Yeah. I am rolling my own engine. Splunk Jammer? Oh, hello, Splunk Jammer. How's it going? Oh well, rolling my own engine. Depends on how you look at it. It's all within the framework. Like right now, I'm making an engine for Legends of Terrestria, but it's in Unity. Gonna move it over to Monogame later, if possible. It depends on if there are shader issues. Switching over. If there are, then I can't. It's that simple. And I got a little side project as well, where I'm making a 3D engine. But that one's super ultra on the back burner. But I guess it really depends what people mean with engine. I would argue, even if you make a game in Unity, you're making your own game engine for your game. Like, that's just what an engine is. An engine is just a game, really. But, you know, when we're talking about, like, rendering steps and stuff like that, yeah. That's usually something people just use Unity or whatever for. But yeah, I've written that myself already. It's not entirely done, but it's mostly. I found myself building my own custom tools in Unity. It's very modular. Yeah. Like, I don't think you need to use Unity stuff, and I really don't like to. Like, even if we do end up staying with Unity, I prefer just using Unity as a platform or a framework more than an engine. Because I don't like Unity's functions. Like, I don't like their buttons, I don't like their whatever. I don't like their movement implementation. I don't like doing it the Unity way. Really. Because I feel like everything they have like tends to break randomly, or it just has a very, very specific use case, and then you want to do something else with it and it doesn't work, or whatever. I feel like it's really like mainly for prototyping almost everything that Unity has to offer, but you can go a long way with it. So like for the most part, they're fine to make games with, I think. But for me, they're prototyping tools. Object, target position. I mean, I don't need this. We can just type in null, right? Should be fine. Right now, oh, okay, hello. If target type equals ground. I think this is just a range. We need the unit, we need the target position, we need an AoE. We do not need a location. I honestly don't know why the location is there. So how's Splunky? What are you up to? Working on anything? Same as you? Fair enough. See, this is dynamic grid, which should mean that this is actually targeting. Mouse tile position, current object. Took volunteer redundancy last month and have started indie game development. You got yourself self-fired and you're working full-time now on development? Is that what that means? Or is volunteer... Like, I don't know if volunteer redundancy means permanent execution or if it's just like temporary. I've never had a real job, so I don't know how it works. The company I used to work for got bought out by a bigger corpo. Alright. That happens. Alright, well. Hope it goes well. Current object. Okay, so we should be able to put that here. You only live once, right? That's true. I think this is the same. Pathfinding. But is this... Like, this is where I was, right? Like, this is where... Yeah, this is where the issue is. Targeting range. Oh, I just wanted to implement skills and stuff. I don't want to do this. Oh. I'm trying to implement a skill, and it's like a point-based AoE that's supposed to be around where the unit is. And I had like single target, I had self target, I had AoE functionality, but my AoE works in the way that the pattern for the AoE itself is a 2D or a 3D even Boolean array with a pattern, right? That's how it's done. But not everything works that way, or should work that way. So there needs to be a secondary solution on top of that that just says range. You know, like you have an AoE with a certain amount of range, and it might just be like a certain like X amount of range around the center of the blast or something, or X amount of range around the unit. Example, I'm making like a war cry type thing, and that's just gonna be around the unit, right? But that shouldn't have a pattern, because the pattern is meant to be so that the pattern, like special spells or whatever, might have like unique patterns that isn't just like plus shaped or, you know, whatever. It could be anything. It could be square shaped. It could have little holes in it randomly. It could do whatever. And then I use the pattern to be able to like rotate the pattern and whatnot. And that works fine. But now I need a way to just create an area around a central amount of tiles, because let's say you have a character. The character is 2x2 in size, and you want to use like a war cry. The war cry has a range of 6, and that's just going to be 6 in every direction. But that means it's not just 6 from like one tile, it's 6 from the left side, but it's also 6 from the right side of the unit. And then you might have units that are like 4x4 in size, like giants or something. Maybe they have war cries, maybe they have point blank, like maybe they can like stomp the earth and like war stomp or something. And then that should be the same. It should just be a range in an AoE around it. And then that has to kind of grow a bit bigger because the unit is bigger, right? So it's gonna be 6 from every point of the unit. And that's what I need to program in now. And the pathfinding system is so complicated that it's a I hate putting things into it. Hello Taramui, how's it going? I need to clean this mug. But in a 2D array? Yeah. I need the 2D, or I need the array system, and I need a non-array system, really. That's all there is. And that's what I'm doing now. I'm doing this, the AoE info for the skills area of effect now contains a bunch of, like, everything is nullable now. So then we'll make null checks, and then we'll see, like, if pattern is null, then we'll use AoE size, right? And then if origin size, let's do this. I'm gonna write this down a little bit. If pattern is null, use AoE size to determine AoE size. If pattern center point, no. AoE size pattern origin size. And I want to rename these. I don't know which ones I like more. Like center point size or origin size. I'm not sure. I think origin size is better. But I think I changed it from that. Origin point. I actually hate having variables in a struct have a different name from the parameter. Is your 2D actually a single array but with offsetting for each row? So instead of cells you do index y times width plus x. No, my array is just the whole thing. Like, if this is the AoE size, then it's just like this. It just determines what it looks like. And then maybe this is like the center. Like this is just how it works. I mean, in this case, it would actually be like this. That. This would be the 2D array. So it should be a 3D array. More or less. That's just how it works. If it's just a plus thing, then it just looks like that. We got the center point there. And then we have an array that's just 5 times 5 booleans. And then when I make the AoE check, I just check, is it within the bounds? Which is, you know, bottom left corner, top right corner. And then I make tile checks in here. And then I check each tile here and say, is it false? Or is it true? I was wondering if the data structure in memory is literally a 2D array, so a list per row inside the parent list. Just curious, because it's sometimes easier to just use a 1D array in memory. I mean, whether it's something in memory, I don't know. Like, this is just C sharp, so it does whatever the fuck it wants. I don't know. I'm just using a 2D array because it's easier to visualize. I don't think I need to care about whether it's a 1D or a 2D array. It's not really used frequently. It's just a simple, like, check once when I click on a skill. It doesn't really matter either way. There aren't. It's a turn-based game, so there aren't really that many places where you have to worry about like memory or whatever. Like if something's gonna happen, it happens once. Pretty much. If origin size is null, use caster size. Wonder if that will be a problem. It shouldn't be. Caster should always be use if pattern is null. I was considering writing targeting that lets you rotate. Like if you have a like a cone or something, AoE, that you'd be able to rotate it in any direction, just using the same kind of rotation algorithm that you would have here. But I think it's probably bad in reality. I don't think that's actually something you want to do. Let's say you have an AoE that looks like this or something. And then we start rotating it. Like it could kind of work, but you see, like you get these pixels that are sticking out, you get like holes and shit. Just don't think it's worth it. It looks so ugly. You'd have to do like a lot of smoothing somehow. You have Rot Sprite, but Rot Sprite is inaccurate. I also want to note that the center pixel is gone. Which is weird, like, why would the center pixel disappear? What is wrong with this rotation algorithm? The center pixel should just be the same. Maybe it's hard to write the rotational algorithm. I just think, like this, the fast rot is fucking terrible. But like I said, rot sprite is extremely inaccurate. But either way, I don't think it's worth it. It's just gonna make the game feel worse. It's better, like... It's just a little sad to me when you can only use skills in like 4 cardinal directions because of the limitations of just pixel art and tile-based games. But I think it's just something that's better to live with than trying to solve it. Do you have to rigidly abide by the same pixel fidelity for all content in the game? If you're talking about like pixel sizes, then yeah, I do not want to mix pixel sizes ever. The only case where I can consider having pixel sizes that are different is an option to switch to high resolution fonts. Hey Baphios, how's it going? But one way you could do this as well is instead of trying to rotate pixels like this, you could have something more like this, right? And then you rotate this thing instead, right? And that's kind of what you're saying. But then instead of this, you know, we just place this on top of the tile, on the tiles, and then we just use it like it's, you know, aliasing or anti-aliasing, whatever you want to talk about, and then you highlight the tiles based on that, right? Instead of just rotating the pattern itself. But even so, like, what if you do actually have a pattern? It's a content that's not bound to the world, like an effect overlay. I think it makes sense for it to be a much higher resolution. Logically, sure. Visually, no. But either way, this is like that's far off, and it's also just like a potential born from wishful thinking. I'm not even sure I'll bother doing anything like that. Because it also has real negatives to it as well. Because if you've ever played a turn-based game that uses like just AoE circles that you can place yourself, for example, you're gonna run into scenarios where two characters are so far away from each other that you can hit both of them with the AoE, but it's like a 1 pixel range thing. So you have to sit there and you're like, oh, I have to get it exactly within the pixels, right? You know. And that's a scenario I absolutely do not ever want. I hate that thing. Like, that is so bad. What if it was heavily transparent / gradient sided? I'm mentioning it because it seems to be affecting decisions you're making today. It actually isn't, because I'm not doing this right now. I just got sidetracked. But no, like, I would never, ever willingly put high resolution graphics into a pixel art game, even if that is just like some kind of AoE visualization or whatever. At the very least, I would render it, or I would put in the logic that it's like a high resolution cone, but then I would pixel art shade it, like, for sure. Like, I would never ever willingly put anything into the game that does not abide by the pixel grid. Except for text, if necessary. And that's just like just something in case, you know? Because pixel art text can be hard to read, but I do think that we'll potentially be able to have a big enough resolution on our text that it'll be fine anyway. But it's like, we have a very high resolution, but even so, like, making icons and stuff is very difficult because you don't have a lot of space even now. So, like, for older games, it makes you understand why buttons were so fucking big in most games. But we're also actually kind of limited, because back in the day, if you played a game that was like 800 times 600, they actually more or less had more space than we do. And if you made like pixel art for a 1024 times 786 or whatever resolution, and you had even more. But I don't think they really did that much. I feel like it was mostly just SNES resolutions, or slightly higher. Or even then, they were probably scaled up. Either way. Yeah, because we're working at 960 times 540, because that's the largest pixel art resolution you can have. It goes from 960 to 540 to 1920 to 1080p. You can't have anything in between. So, is the game in a runnable state? It was. But right now I'm not so sure. We have 11 errors, and they're all in the pathfinding. So unfortunately, I have to fix the pathfinding issues here first. But right now, these like targeting things, they're not really relevant. What I'm doing right now is I'm implementing more ways to do AoE, right? Because if we look at area of effect, you might have no area of effect. That might just be a self-targeted spell, for example, or it might be something grander, like changing the weather or something. Like, it doesn't target anything, it just does something. Self-targeting is kind of the same as no targeting, but, you know, it's specifically that it's targeting only you. Then you have target, that's not technically AoE, but it is, like, everything is an area of effect to some degree. Like, a targeted spell is just an AoE with one tile size, right? And then we have AoE. And an AoE could be, you know, a fireball that you're throwing somewhere or whatever. And an AoE could have two different modes. It could be pattern based, or it could be range or size based. So if it's pattern based, then the pattern contains all the info except for how big the center is. But that usually doesn't matter really with a pattern based thing. Then the pattern is just like, it's got the whole pattern. The pattern itself, or the array size, is the size of the spell. And it's got another variable that tells us which point is the center of the AoE. And that's just where, like, showing where the mouse or where the targeting highlights are, like, or where it's centered around the mouse. It can also be like the point from which we check for collisions with walls and objects and stuff for the AoEs, see if it actually propagates everywhere. But I also made a... I set it so that it can sometimes maybe not care about terrain, but it might be weird. Like, things going behind walls and stuff is not good. But it could be like, does it pass by a barrel, for example? And then you can also have an AoE with just range, and then the AoE needs to determine, like, what is the size of the center. Like, maybe it's a fireball, maybe it hits 4, or maybe it hits 2 times 2 tiles as, like, the center, and then it has a range component that tells us how many tiles away from these center tiles is the rest of the AoE. The center tiles could have more of an effect, and these tiles could have less of an effect. And what I'm trying to add now is just a point-based AoE, which means out from the character. And then a character can also have different sizes. So it's not really that big of a deal what I'm trying to add, but I do need to add some stuff to, like, determine whether it is point-based AoE or not. Oh, Damage Soul. We're working on a turn-based RPG. Tactics RPG, and I am writing some code. Right now I'm trying to implement skills, but I need to fix my pathfinding to be able to properly draw the targeting area. And I always get lost. Where are we? We're in pathfinding. Where is it there? So, targeting range. That's where we want to go. Pathfinding mode equals targeting range. So if pathfinding mode equals targeting range, this isn't even right. Here is the targeting range. Here is where we need to say if I feel like the pathfinding PF data should have the skill itself inside of it. Pathfinding data. We have, like, the thing is, I don't really need it because I have object script here, which is the object which should give me access to the skill. So I should be able to just type object script dot combat module dot skills. No. Dot action to trigger. Dot AoE info dot well, okay, no. I'm being stupid. The PF data has the AoE info in it. Dot no, it doesn't. Sounds like a weird / bad idea. That's a lot of nested state. I mean, the path, the AoE data doesn't contain what type it is. Maybe it should. But I don't really like that because... Where is it? Because then that means I have to set the area of effect to have a type, and then the skill itself. Sounds like a better place to put that. Well, I think it's fine to just access the current object. So like that's what I could do, right? I could just say I'm just, because I'm supplying the object with the Pathfinder data, and then I can just access action combat module action to trigger dot AoE target type equals AoE. Like I can just do that because it's already supplied. So the only thing here then is like, is the action to trigger actually properly set here? Because it could not be, but I think it always is. But this could be changed here because we have target type here, but target type could be moved entirely from here. Like, this is the skill itself. So here it has target type, PV AoE. But this could be removed from the skill and moved only to AoE info. Because I still use AoE info for like single targets and stuff. It's interesting that you have many places to be able to acquire the same data potentially. It is a bit of a problem, but it's also mostly fine. It's just it's not like I'm the most disciplined programmer in the entire world. Like, I'm completely self-taught. I haven't really worked in larger teams, so I usually just build things in the way that makes sense at the time for me, and sometimes that ends up with things that probably need to be refactored later. And it sometimes ends up with, like, you know, this is using this way of accessing this data, and, you know, if I change this here, then, oh, that breaks like 4 things over here, but these things over here are still fine. But I try to just supply the object itself that's doing something to like the whole chain, so that it can just access whatever it wants. And that's partially because I don't exactly know what I need ahead of time. So it's just easier to just be able to access the thing. Right. I feel like every time I try to like avoid doing that, that's when I end up with like overthinking and having, you know, I like the pathfinding data only needs this and that info, so I'm just gonna send that or whatever, you know. And then after a while you're like, oh, but it's missing something, and now I have to fix every single I feel like following good comfy practices doesn't take much more effort than doing whatever the heck. Well, it's easier said than actually done, because following good practice is not as easy as it sounds, because first you have to know the good practice, and then you have to really have some clue of what you're doing ahead of time as well, to some degree. And here I'm just kind of building it as we go. I don't really think it's that big of a deal right now either way. I don't think anything that I'm doing is that big of an issue at all, really. So it's mostly just like the rendering code, where I don't really know if I really need to change something there, because GPU coding or shader coding is, who the fuck knows what's happening there. I think if you just apply one single rule, just pass it to any method function data that method needs, and not allow it to randomly reference some other instance elsewhere. Just bothers me personally because I like comfy code. No, here's how it works. Every single programmer in the entire world has their own idea of what code should look like and how it should be structured. And that's why, like, when coders work in a team, there's always like a way that has to be established of how things should work, and every single coder always hates that way. So it's like that's just how it is. It's like walking into someone else's house and you're like, why the fuck did you put your furniture this way? Like That's how it is. But where am I? Let's see. Nah. I'd rearrange all your kitchen cupboards before I'd be able to do anything. Yeah, my kitchen cupboards are like it's just kind of where I fit everything. That's where everything is. It's like all in one cupboard. Let's see. We were in pathfinding. And then here we have targeting range. That's the static pathfinding. And then we need to have PBAOE, which is then this. This is what I made here. This is PBAOE. Else, it should be this. More or less. EF data, area of effect, AoE size. Area size. Yeah, this is pattern size. That's what this is. This is a failed. This is a failed rename. Change something else to pattern size. But that means that this should be area of effect or area size there. So if it's point based, the area size is and that's not exactly true. Area size. The area size would be tile size plus AoE size times 2. Something like that. But that's not entirely true either. No, it is. The size is the size of the object plus the AoE size times 2. That's how large it is in total. And the position is the lower left corner of the object. The offset is... I don't know if I actually need an offset in this case. But maybe. Minus offset. Yeah, it does. The offset should be... area size. No, it shouldn't. The offset should be AoE size dot value. As a new vector 3 int. Like that. And the bounds... The bounds... Wait, maybe the area size... I think I've slaughtered this, and I think I need to maybe revert something here. Yeah. Area size should just be the origin area size. So let's rename this to that. Origin area size. And that's then like... if it's a fireball, it's gonna hit like this maybe. Then this is the origin. And then it might have like an AoE of 3 from the center. And it'll look like that. And this is to create the center for the pathfinding to pathfind out from, to then draw this shit. So that's what the origin area size is there. And that's not the pattern size then. I think. If this is PBAOE, then the origin area size should be just the tile size. Exactly as I had done. I was correct. And the position is the modified tile lower corner position. Which is actually kind of incorrect, but the whole position system is a little tricky. This should actually be like an unmodified tile, kind of. But every scenario where this is actually like used, the modified tile lower corner position will not be modified in unwanted ways. But it's like I can have a true position, right? But then I needed to be able to store temporary movement. Because if you move in the game, I then want you to be able to cancel that move before you do an action. Because there's nothing I hate in tactics RPGs more than misclicking and your character just going somewhere it shouldn't. So I want that to be the case. And that means that you need to have, I need to have position modifiers. And those modifiers, there could be multiple of them. And this one just contains all of the modifiers. But then if I wanted to have more specific modifiers, I would need to have even more. Because this is a getter that fetches the modified tile center position, which fetches the modified position raw, which fetches internal position, movement preview modifier, dual scene position modifier, combat position modifier, misc position modifier, hit shake modifier, right? It fetches all of this stuff. I feel like this could be done better in some ways. I feel like there should be a logic position. Because there are a lot of things here that aren't relevant, like the dual scene position mod, etc. The hit shake modifier shouldn't determine like where you're standing. But it doesn't really matter that much because these things are really just going to be happening when player doesn't have control, right? It doesn't really matter, but I do really think that there needs to be a more strict position mod. internal position plus movement preview modifier. And I think that should be it. Combat position modifier. I actually don't know what that means. Oh, it needs a float. Right, actually it goes here. It does, it's actually nothing. I think it's nothing. I'm not sure where I've used this, or what I had planned for this. I think I just added a few variables. And so far, some of them aren't used. I think it's really just the combat. Is MISC used? No. MISC and combat position are not used. I don't even know what combat position modifier would be. Also, the internal position raw, that's a vector 3. I really don't like that. I will be honest. I hate the vector 3. I hate floats. As you can see, I have a fixed rounding error thing here. And I kind of want to make a vector 3 that's just like decimals, like a decimal vector 3. But I don't know if I should be using decimals for positions. I just hate, like, rounding errors on the floats for the positions. It's so ass. And even this, I don't think that it's very safe, even here. I don't really know how to write it to be as safe as possible, because I feel like the float just always, no matter what, is gonna have issues. Potentially. Because the way I'm doing it is that if this is a pixel, you can still, like, this is a vector 3 int pixel. But I'm not using the vector 3 int for positioning. I'm using it for logic. So we're moving using the vector 3, so it can move anywhere it wants within the pixel, using the decimals. And then, whenever I need to actually use it, we convert it to a vector 3 int. But when this when the float is there, that's when it becomes annoying, and it just sometimes it's there, it's there, it's there. So what I'm doing is I'm checking for decimals. Right now I'm checking for 3 decimals, and if that's, you know, within a certain error threshold, then I round it up again. But even so, I feel like this should convert to a vector 3 int right away. Why am I inputting a vector 3? Because what I'm doing is I'm inputting a vector 3, and then I round it, and then I send it back, kind of. But how do I know that when I read it again, it's not fucked again? But I think it shouldn't. Like, it should only become weird after you do addition or subtraction or whatever on it. I'm not very good when it comes to this particular issue. I don't exactly know how floats tend to work. Yeah. Everywhere except for here. It's getting converted to ints anyway. Well, I'll be right back. Oh! But this doesn't matter right now. Let's not get too sidetracked there. There is no offset. There is actually no offset. The offset is just vector 3 int.0. Because it's position minus offset. And the origin area size is the limiting factor, so yeah. Not sure when this gets set. Action initialization. And this is combat phase set. Mouse controller, action initialization. This is execute ability. Yeah. This is wrong. In the Pathfinder, the ability is actually not set on the object. So we can't actually access it that way. It has to be via main controller dot action to trigger. Because that is set immediately. Oh yeah. This is just a getter. So it's called set action to trigger. That's set here. Yeah, okay. So we set the action to trigger in the system first. And here, I feel like we need to be more specific. And just do all of them like this. And here we've got like AoE. And then the AoE needs to have its own logic here. That's gonna be more like pfdata.aoe area of effect dot value dot here we need to split it right away. If pfdata.area of effect dot I think area of effect should never be null. I mean, yeah, it could be, because the PF data is used for both targeting and for movement, and movement doesn't have an area of effect in the same sense. So area of effect dot has value wait, what the fuck? No, not has value. Value dot pattern does not equal null. Then we'll use the pattern. And then we're gonna say origin area size equals area of effect dot value dot origin size. And the position is gonna be target position and why does it need this offset? Area of effect dot origin point. I don't think it actually needs the offset. How is it unassigned? There's an else here. Like, this always happens. It's not unassigned. It's not ever unassigned. It's because there's like... there's no else here, maybe. That's why. Yeah. I feel a little cooked in the head. I don't really have a good terrain map about like what I'm doing right now or what needs to be done here. Either way, let's just try to focus here. So if this is an AoE, if it is not a pattern-based AoE... No, if it is a pattern-based AoE, rather. We still need that. The position is just the target position. Position plus pos iterator minus offset. Alright, hold on. I need to look at some older code. I don't understand. Let's see, this is pathfinding. What the fuck? Here. Area size, area of effect dot AoE size. I just input the entire thing here. I don't feel like this makes like any real sense. But it does work. Because this is just meant to be the target location. Or the initial location. Because then if we continue going down, here we generate an edge matrix. And then we continue to the frontier pathfinding. And then it pathfinds out from there. So if this here has an AoE size that's based on the pattern, that means that the entire pattern is the starting location. This works, but it's just straight up wrong. I think. Yeah, I think so. I think this offset here is actually entirely unused, or should be. Now the problem is, what if you have like there's not, like, let's say theoretically you have an AoE that has a center point like that, and then what if it like hits like this, you know, like that, and then like that. Then if I just propagate out from the center, it's gonna check that, and then it's gonna be like, this is invalid, invalid, invalid. And then it'll stop. And in that scenario, I would need to have another function or another like variable that just says like line of sight based pathfinding or something. Or collision based pathfinding, I'm not sure. Because let's say this is like thunder strikes or something, and they just happen to be in this pattern. I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but let's just say it is for the sake of this. And then you might have like a barrel here or something. Might have a bridge going here or whatever. Like this is a bridge. Then this comes from above. In which case, this might be like valid pathfinding. But if we have a house here, then this would be invalid. Yeah, it would really just require the skill itself to have more info in it that says what kind of collision blocks it. And then the pathfinding simply needs to implement checks for that. Like, if walls don't stop it, but roofs do, then I would need to check for a roof. For each tile. Or it would need to check, like, up, down. Alright. So for now, let's not worry about patterns like this. Let's just get the PBAOE working, the basic one. Because we might not end up having any patterns like that, who knows. So, the offset is actually completely useless here, I think. It's just used to calculate the bounds. And the bounds are used. Targeting range. Target type PBAOE. So the offset would be... Let's get rid of the offset here. It shouldn't be here. It should be position plus iterator. That is it. And for PBAOE, it would be origin area size is the unit that uses it. And the position would be the modified tile lower corner position of the object using it. The offset is only used for the bounds, so the offset would be pf data dot area of effect dot value dot AoE size dot value. But we don't need the offset, so if we fetch the tile bounds here, and we get a vector 3 int bounds dot set bounds x min minus AoE size. Let's set this as an int here. Int size. And bounds plus X max. Plus temp size, yeah. It just gets expanded in each direction. That's just how we do it. Offset is, in fact, I think something we can entirely just delete. It is simply not used. That's PB AoE. And then for AoE, check that again. If we have a pattern, then its origin size. Oh, here, there's one thing here. This is PB AoE. It needs to say if PF data dot area of effect dot origin size equals null, then origin size area equals that, else origin area size equals PF data dot area of effect dot origin size. Dot value. However, I don't see why it would ever really not. Because this is PB AoE, which means it is meant to originate from the caster, in which case the origin area size should just be the caster. And then here we have AoE. Here we check for pattern. If the pattern is not null, then we use the origin size. PF data dot target position. And the bounds. The bounds are a little trickier here. So here we have to say bounds equals new vector 6 int. And this is now position minus pf data dot area of effect dot value dot origin point. Right? Dot value. So that's where we use a offset in order to. So we have the target, and we have the origin point within the AoE. So if you have an AoE that looks like this, you then have, this is the target, but then the origin point within the AoE says 0, 1, 2. So this is 2, 2. Then we subtract that from the position to get the bottom left bounds of the AoE. And then to get the upper right, we say position plus pf data dot area of effect dot value dot origin size dot value plus this is a little tricky, so it needs to be like pf data dot area of effect dot value dot pattern size minus I actually only need to subtract the origin point here, I think. We don't need the origin size. And then it needs to be minus vector3 int dot 1, I think. Let's see if it needs to be that. So we have the position, we subtract the origin point, which is 2, to go down, 2 to the left. And that's correct. And then we have the, let's say that the origin position is 2, or the target position is 2, and then we subtract 2 because the origin point is 2, so our min bounds are now 0, 0. So we have 0, 0 min bounds, and then we have a target point of 2, and then to get the upper bounds, we take the position, which is 2, then we take the pattern size, which is 5, and then we subtract the origin point, which is 2, then we have 3, and then we add that to the position, and then we subtract by 1. And that'll always be the case, you'll always have to subtract by 1, because the position is counted in here twice, so yeah, this should be correct. This is if it's pattern-based. And then if it isn't pattern-based, then the origin size is going to be origin size regardless. It'll always have an origin size regardless of if it has a pattern or not, right? And then the position is once again going to be the target. And then what we need to change is how we calculate the bounds. So here now, instead of this origin point, the bounds are now going to be position minus new vector 3 int and here I want to say int temp size equals, I thought I did this already. EF data dot area of effect dot value dot AOV size dot value. I don't think this should actually not be 1. This should be 0. Because here, origin point dot value. Yeah, that's 0. Yeah, I think that should be correct. And then here, it's gonna need to be... Actually, let's do this. Vector 3 int temp. What is this? Temp offset. And then we say minus temp offset, and then here it's gonna be plus temp offset plus origin size dot value minus vector 3 dot 1. Is that correct? So if I have actually, I think I might need to subtract it even more. Maybe not. So we have the position. Let's once again say that our position is 2. and we have a size of 2, that means that we subtract 2 from the position, then we end up at 0, which is correct. And then here, we need to end up at 5. So we have position, we add 2, so now we're at 4. And then we add the origin size, which in this case might be 1. And then we end up at 5, and then I subtract 1, so we end up at 4. We not need to subtract here? Yeah, I think so. So let's say that the origin size is 2 then. That means that we actually have a size of 6, but we're still, the position is still 2. Subtract 2 from 2. Now we're at 0, 0, or now we're at 0. Then we have 2, we add 2. Now we're at 4. And then we add the origin size. Then we're at 6. Now, the one issue here, though, is that the bounds are inclusive, so it's 0. Wait, are they? Zero, 1. That's 2. So we're at 2. I just think I need to subtract the Z, because the origin size is going to be 221 or 111. And if I add the Z there, then it's going to be too tall. At least I think that's how I'm setting it. No, no. No, it needs to be minus. Like, how did I do the math wrong? Am I stupid? Look, position is 2. We subtract 2. Now we're at 0. Or 0, 0. That's the min. And then we go back to 2 for the max. And the temp offset is the size. So then we add 2. Then we're at 4. And that's correct. Because it's 0, 1 on this side. Then we have 2 in the middle. And then we have 3, 4 over here. First, I was just adamant to get it to 5 in my head. That's why it felt like it was correct. So yeah, it should be minus vector 3.1. Then it should make sense. I wanted to program skills. That's easy and fun. This is not easy and fun. If, let's see, and this one is weird, right? Because here we have pathfinding mode, and here this said, if pathfinding mode equals targeting range, right? Or movement path or movement range, then it comes in here, which I don't understand really why movement path goes in here too. That's kind of odd. Because like, why is targeting here? But here it said pathfinding mode equals targeting range. If we open up the old one again, right, it says pathfinding mode equals targeting range, and then in here the first thing it says is if pathfinding mode equals targeting. So this can never ever happen because it can never enter here. So the only thing that has ever happened is this, where we are not actually using an offset at all. So now I have changed it back to targeting range. Oh man. This is actually incorrect. I mean, I think this is correct. We should just have to move it, but this is potentially incorrect, kind of. Like, what am I doing here in targeting? Here, targeting. Here, I'm like trying to pathfind out from the target center point. Yeah, here I'm doing line-based AoE. Yeah, this is different. Or line-based pathfinding. It's not pathfinding. Well, it kind of is, but not really. It's collision checking. So instead, I'm drawing a line to every edge. I think. I don't know if that's how I should be doing it. Like, I'm doing this, right? Like, we're pathfinding from there. So I'm drawing a line to there, 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 to there. And I'm checking if that's possible. But I do think that it should probably draw a line everywhere. Not sure. Because I'm worried that it's gonna miss one. Somehow, eventually. But here it isn't. But that could change. That's a miss. No, it's not. Actually not. This looks like a miss, but it isn't, I think. Because while the line does this, it's actually doing this. Like, this is how it actually works. So all of these lines are actually like that, stairways. So nothing is getting missed. And this is for checking, like, let's say you throw a fireball here, then we check as the explosion propagates outwards if it gets caught by something. Maybe it gets caught by objects. Maybe it gets caught by targets, so that, you know, if there's a person standing here, then if there's a target like here or maybe here or whatever, they won't take a hit because it's like getting blocked. That's a possibility. And the AoE here is step-based. So I do think this should be moved. But this isn't necessarily correct either. Targeting range. I think we might need to add more pathfinding modes. The targeting range needs to have some versions here. It needs to be range, like step-based range. It needs to be point-based range. I do actually think that the targeting range should probably actually not use this. I think the targeting range should always use the other method with line-based pathfinding. Because the entire point of this pathfinding mode is to find a path around so that you can walk around up to a certain amount of steps. And that's not how a range works. A range is just a straight line out from the target to a destination. And if something blocks the range, then can't attack. So I think this is wrong. Oh boy. Alright, I need to get some fresh air. I'll be back in a little bit. And then we'll see if we can figure out how we want to handle that. Yeah. See you soon. Oh! Ooh. Oh, Robert. It's too hot. Oh. It's slightly less hot now though, but only like 3 degrees. Alright. Going for a quick mid-coding jog during summer. I'm not sure if it works. It's very hot. I don't want to do this. Targeting. Or if data dot pathfinding node equals targeting path. No. Equals targeting path. Targeting range. I don't know if I need these same parameters. We'll see. Let's plop them in there. Why does this just say action to trigger? Did it always do that? No. I think this is something I just accidentally brought with me or something. Because this is what it looks like. AoE size. Pattern center point. Area of effect dot value dot origin point. This is also not quite correct. Hmm. The way I think it should work is like this. So I've already drawn this, right? So if this object is 2 times 2, then I'm gonna do what I was doing here. You draw out from the center, or you draw out from the bottom left of each corner tile. So here you draw like this, and then you draw to each edge tile. But what happens if this is this big, right? So now we have an AoE that's going to look like this. Right? So now where do you draw from? Like normally, I would section it like this. And I draw like this, right? But I think what you have to do is you have to draw from the smallest center possible. So in this case, because this is 3, we have a center. So here, we can just draw from here, from the bottom corner, out to every tile. Right? I mean, it's actually not from the bottom left, I think. Like, I don't think that's quite accurate to say. Because it's actually drawing, you know, the full, like this. You know, that's how it works, more or less. We draw like that. I don't think I really need to keep going here, but I think this might have actually been easier to visualize with just pixels. Then it would just write the whole thing. But like there's no tile that's left untouched here. So that's how you do it there, right? Then if we have one that's even bigger, like 4, then we simply pathfind from here. Alright, let's try doing this with the pixel grid instead. Like that. And then we simply pathfind there, 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 there. My bad. There's one missing there. There. Let's check what I am doing. AoE size. Okay, I see. So what I'm doing is I'm pathfinding to every tile. But what I'm doing is when I've found a tile, I add it to validated tiles. So if it is a validated tile, then we skip it. So then we go until we find like a tile that's been invalidated, and then we see if we can pathfind to it. But that hasn't been validated. So if I pathfind here, for example, then all of these tiles get added to the validated list. And then we do this. All of these are added. All of these. So then next time when we've iterated around, we might end up like here, right? And then it's gonna try to pathfind there, but it's gonna say, no, this one's been validated already, so we don't need to. So then we just keep going until we get there, and then we pathfind there, and yes, it becomes validated, and then it just continues. It skips all of these because they've all been validated. Okay. AoE size. Now here we're actually pathfinding the whole thing, right? Need to move this to the other section, perhaps? AoE does not work because locations have 0 size assigned to them. Rework AoE somehow. Cheers, Brub. Cheers, Brub. It's just... it doesn't have a check. it needs to say something like if position minus offset plus I3 hello TF bound check boundary collision tile point in AABBCC. And then we have a position there. And then we need the bounds. If that's true, then it should just continue. And that's... well, that's not true either. I need to have another bound. Because this is for... like, the way it works is that we find a tile, like here. And I think we pathfind back. I'm not sure. Is that how it works? Current tile. Target position plus delta times I. I is max dist. If I is greater than 0. It's actually not very... it's not actually checking that we're not within ourselves. So it does need this. But... what we need is... EF date... wait. There. No, it's PF data dot object dot bounds, tile bounds. If that's true, then we just continue. And now we actually need offset again. I think. Because the offset is simply, this is AoE. If pattern does not equal null, then the offset is simply PF data area of effect dot value dot origin point. That should be it. I don't think I'm gonna manage to fix this today. It's... Oh, it's too much. So, for a point blank AoE, the offset is then minus... No, it's... New vector 3 int. EF data dot area of effect dot value dot origin point. No. Area AoE size. Where has the AoE size gone? AoE size used to be pfdata.areaofeffect.aoe size. And we do still need to set that. Like the bounds is not the same as an area size. So AoE size equals, this is PB AoE. This is then pf data dot object script dot object dot data module dot value dot tile size plus offset times 2. But this also needs to be new vector 3 int. And then this should be tilesize.x, tilesize.y. And here z should just be 1 for the time being. Oh, this is so cringe. And then here we have AoE. Now, this is actually targeting only. So all of these things are for targeting the blast. And that should be for dynamic pathfinding. So the PB AoE shouldn't actually have a section within targeting. It should only have targeting range. And then, as we say targeting, this should just return I don't know if this works, but I think it should just... In fact, I think it shouldn't enter at all. When we're checking whether we're calling this or not, it should say, okay, it's targeting, it's PB AoE. If that's true, then false. Like it shouldn't call pathfinding at all. And the reason for this is because I have two different types of pathfinding and two different types of grids that I draw. I have a static grid and I have a dynamic grid. The static grid is generated once, and that's the range that we have available, right? Like that's how far you can move, how far you can target something, whatever. It's the range pancake. And then I have a dynamic grid, and they both use the pathfinding in the same way, kind of, mostly. And the dynamic grid, rather, it it throws away the result of the last frame every update, because that's, or I don't know if it's every update or if it's every change, right? I think it might be every update now, I'm not sure, but it should be every change, like if the mouse moves or something. So it throws away the last result and then it does it again, because that's to show the path for the pathfinding on top of the static grid. And when you're throwing like a fireball, for example, you have the static grid that shows your range, and then you have the dynamic grid that shows where you're targeting. But that one also has like a range. If it's an AoE, it might have a center point, and then it has an AoE size, right? And I don't know where I'm going with this, but that's how it works. Both. But when it comes to the pathfinding for the targeting, both of them should be here. But oh yeah, the point-based AoE, meaning it's an AoE coming out from the point of the character, right? Like where it's standing. That one doesn't have a targeting AoE. So it doesn't have a dynamic grid that it needs to draw. It's just gonna draw the static grid, and that's the range, but it's also all of the targets that it can acquire. It's like, you know, maybe a character makes some kind of spinning attack or whatever, and it's just gonna hit everything around within line of sight. And yeah. And that's where it also needs to have like colliders block damage or not, or specifically soft colliders, because a collider might be a wall, but it might also be a player. Like another unit is a collider. It's just, I just call it a soft collider. Like a barrel would be a soft collider potentially. Like maybe the barrel can be damaged. So when we're doing the pathfinding, we have to check. We have, like, the skill has to know what counts as a failed pathfind. Like, it needs some more variables to work with, which is just gonna be a few booleans, I think. Something. Because the targeting range... that should always be origin area size equals... That's this. It's always the user. And then we have position, gonna be that. I mean, it's pretty much gonna be PB AoE always, right? We can pretty much just take PB AoE, paste it. But we should always use the origin size of the character. Position should always be the character. Temp size, area of effect, value. AoE size. This is incorrect. Here it should actually be... and here it's a little silly, because now we have to go to main controller. Dot skill action to trigger dot range. And then the offset is indeed the range. AoE size. AoE size doesn't really... no, it does matter there. Should this be -1? No, I don't think so. AoE size. You have 2 plus 2 in range. That's so it's 6 in total. Yeah. Yeah. So this is like length. Maybe we'll actually rename it to that. And bounds. Object script tile bounds. I don't actually think the bounds are used. No, the bounds are not used. In that case, we can change the bounds here. Instead be just the object bounds, and that's it. Call it object bounds. And then the rest here. This should all be the same now. So maybe we'll have to do it by the range instead. This is targeting range. This is gonna be a little weird, I think. Because typically, I use the dynamic pathfinding to determine whether there's a to determine target acquisition. So how am I gonna maintain that? Maybe it should be the opposite. Maybe point-based AoE shouldn't have static targeting. It should only have dynamic targeting. Because it doesn't actually have a range, it just has a blast area. Maybe that makes more sense. Because this is targeting range. Yeah, I think that makes more sense, but it's gonna... might have a lot... It might have worse performance, but not really. Like, it won't be the same. Like, I'm hyper optimizing here for no reason. Because I'm just thinking, okay, but the point-based AoE can't move around, so... that's just gonna be like unnecessary updates that are just gonna redraw the same thing. But it's the same as if it were like a fireball or something. It doesn't matter. Alright, in that case, let's move it back. But here's the next thing, too. Dynamic grid mainly. At what point does it... Because... Target tool. I feel like... I'm just using the Pathfinder result here. But I feel like the static pathfinding this draw static grid pathfind. This. I feel like this should be stored. Because if I'm targeting something, we then have a static grid that shows us where we can target. But I then need to have a way to determine whether I am within a validated tile when we're targeting the actual thing. You know? Like, I'm targeting like this. Range might be... Let's just go in one direction here, like this. This might be the range, and there might be, like, collision here. Like, this might all be collision, right? Or rather, it might be collision, like here, and we can still target, like, over there, kind of. Then, if I target here with something that has a blast, then that blast would end up like this, right? And it could then hit something behind a wall. But to do this, I need to know which tiles are valid. And right now, I think it's just using the same system as the movement is. So it's just using a target base or a distance based thing. And it's like, if you can pathfind there with the movement, then you can target there. And that's incorrect. Either that or it isn't targeting at all. Because there's also a question of like what blocks what, right? Like there might be things that get blocked by a unit. Maybe you can't like throw it past. Like an arrow. If there's someone standing in front of you, you might not be able to shoot an arrow past that character, for example. But you might be able to cast a spell past. Oof. This became way too complicated, way too fast, way too early in the week. All right. But here, we also don't need to keep it here. So there we can overwrite it with a null. And then here we have init target mode. We'll do the same thing. And here we don't want to null it. Here we rather want to say I mean, this shouldn't really use this system at all. Holy shit, man! Okay. Here we just return there if this fails. I don't know if that makes any sense either. So it should be something more like bool. Target check equals false. And then we're gonna say I mean, I guess it depends. Oh, things are getting so complicated. Because, like, let's say you have two buildings here. For whatever reason, there are two buildings here. You have the target here. He's yellow. You are down here, and he is within your range. However, the spell you're trying to use has an origin size of 2. So it's actually this big, and then it has like a secondary AoE circle around it. You know, however big that is, doesn't matter, right? So now I feel like this should be able to target here. Like, as long as one of these tiles are within somewhere that's like valid there, it should be okay. But what if it's like this and one of them is inside there? Then we have to... we've already done a check there. So... And same thing, like, if you have a fireball or something and you want to throw it against the wall here, would that be... Would you not be able to do that just because the epicenter is this big? I don't think that's true either. And then there's also the possibility of, like, What if you have a melee attack that has a movement portion, like component? Like, what if you have like a shield charge? Then I feel like the shield charge should have a movement range built in, and then that would also have to get blocked there. So there's just so many things here with edge cases that we have to figure out here. Oi! There's too much to keep in my brain at the same time. But it should be something like this. Like the pathfinding mode. It has targeting range. But that should be targeting range line, targeting range path. Right? And I feel like the action needs to have that definition. Like we have AoE info, AoE effect shape. This isn't real. This AoE pattern isn't real. AoE size, AoE center, those aren't real. Here we have target type. I don't think I actually have. We have target type. That's all of these things. But we also need a public enum that says targeting method, maybe. And then that's gonna say line path. But I think we could have more here. Let's call it targeting method bitwise, maybe. And we can say line equals 1, path equals 2. And then we can say Blocked by unit equals 8. What else? Uh, Actually, I think this should just be line and path, maybe? Hello, Jano. And then go to the AoE. It doesn't really have anything. So public enum AoE blast parameters. Blocked by unit. Targeting method line bitwise. This needs to say blocked by soft collider. Let's say blocked by unit equals 4. Blocked by soft collider, that's blocked by obstacle equals 8. Obstacles are barrels and minor objects, not hard colliders such as walls. And then AoE blast parameters. Airstrike, blocked by unit. Maybe the airstrike needs to be in the targeting method. Because a blast parameter should never really have a path. I mean, it could, kind of. Like some kind of fire explosion that like crawls behind walls or whatnot. Like that could be a thing. And then area of effect needs to have public last AoE parameters. Last parameters. Cool blast limited by line of sight. We're gonna delete that. I'm gonna replace it. This. And what does that do? Yes. Check it out. Errors everywhere. Oh. And here now we have AoE info for defensive flurry. Still not a huge fan of using this, but it's like AoE blast parameter bitwise. Line. It's gonna be line plus blocked by unit plus blocked by obstacle. What do you mean we can't do addition on these? How do you do it? It's like this. Stick. Oh man. It's almost time to stop. In fact, I wonder if it is time. This is actually so much work. Now this here, AoE blast, should just be line. It should not be blocked by unit. Could be blocked by obstacle, but I'm not so sure about that either. I think we just do line. I think arrows, you should be able to shoot over obstacles. Depends on the obstacle, of course. Which is gonna be even more tricky. Where are we now? Barrier spell. Does it not have an AoE thing? I feel like it should. but maybe it doesn't need one, because this is the blast parameter, right? And we also made this targeting method bitwise. And that's something I want to put in. Public targeting method bitwise. And then we go here and we say targeting method equals line. Blocked by unit, blocked by obstacle. Not true. I think barrier is not blocked by stuff. And then we go... Okay, I haven't implemented any other spells right now. But we do have stuff here. Targeting method line. Blocked by unit. Blocked by obstacle. And I think that should generally be the case. In this case, it doesn't matter because she only has a range of 1. Though I think she might have, like, she should probably have a longer range than 1. Because she uses a thrusting weapon mostly. So she could have a range of like 2 to 3. It is just a short sword, so the range shouldn't be like that massive. But I do think 2 is probably warranted. We'll see. Because like, even swinging a hammer, I think you would probably have a range of 2 or something. Like 1 is very small. Because that's half character size, right? If you're standing there in a pose, that's half of you. But I mean, if you swing, you don't have that much range, especially not with the right arm. Not doing a swinging motion. I can see 2 being like the minimum default. This is actually incorrect. Because this is the blast. It doesn't actually have a blast. Triple stab has... It's just... It becomes difficult, right? Because if I make a mace have a range of 2, then if I want the short sword to be longer than that, it's gonna have to be 3. And then what's a spear gonna have? Like a range of 5 or 6? Why do I have a skill here called triple stab that has a range of 6? Give it the range of... Give it the range of 3. Flurry... Defensive flurry needs to change anyway, but... Because it's like 2 stabs right now. And I meant it to be more of defensive action. So... I feel like it should have a range of 1. But a range of 1 is a little tricky. Because that means you can't target things that are diagonal to you, which I think, well, that might be okay. They can't target you either, which means you're not in combat. Targeting method. Line, blocked by unit, blocked by obstacle. Overhead slash. Range of 2 maybe? Same thing there. Smash. Let's give it a range of 2. Shouldn't have a blast. Head crack. Also a range of 2. Shield badge. Range of 1. And then AoE blast line. Yeah. This is like an order. Double stab. And now this has a range of 3, but it's a spear. So what, like 5? But we don't do this. Still. Costs way too much. Not way too little. And here we have a ranged ability with a range of 20. Archery is kind of ass to implement in properly. Because if you want it to be a realistic, then they can shoot like the entire fucking map. Almost. And as much as I think that's neat as well, it makes it really hard to like think about positioning, because you can't have like you can't really tell where everything is all the time, because you only have so much screen space. And the issue that arises as well is any solution that we have right now for like ranged units targeting someone, the whole like unit sliding from their positions to each other and then fighting, it doesn't work with ranged units. Like if anything is outside of the screen, it becomes super jarring because they get like pulled from outside of the screen at like light speed, and then then they get pulled and put next to your character, and then they shoot you in the middle of the screen, and then it goes back again. So for that, I was thinking of having like two methods. One where if they're close enough to each other, we'll play that animation. Otherwise, I will spawn like two copies on the screen, and then that plays out there, kind of. Something like that. Our current solution for the combat sequence is not perfect. It has some issues. I'm not super happy with it, but I'm not super happy with doing any of like the alternatives that I can think of either. So we'll have to tinker with it a bit. It could also just be... No, it's... because it's so difficult, right? Because... making attack animations for every direction is just not gonna be feasible. Like, it's just not gonna make sense. We just cannot do it. It's like... it's just not a good idea. So we have to have this sequence. And I just think that there are no good solutions to do it. Because like having backgrounds pop up and stuff is a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. You can't do it in a good way, in any way. Because like having like pre-drawn backgrounds, oh my god. Every single level is gonna need to have its pre-drawn background. Like, holy shit. It's gonna be so much. And I just don't want to do that if we can avoid it. And you can't just take the tiles either. Like, that doesn't work. You can't just take the tiles and be like, oh, we'll take the surrounding tiles that they're standing on, or some bullshit like that. You can't do that. What if they're standing next to a wall? Nope, doesn't work. And the entire, like, what I wanted to do was I wanted to avoid having like a Fire Emblem screen, because the Fire Emblem screen is so annoying. As much as I like watching the animations, it's like it pops up an entire full screen new scene, and then they fight for 5 seconds. Actually, it takes a lot longer in Fire Emblem. They fight forever. It takes like 10-20 seconds before it goes back. And then you're no longer like in the combat scenario anymore. You get pulled out of it, and now you get put back into it, and you're like, oh shit, I already forgot things. Happens all the time. But we also literally can't really play animations on the battlefield because, first of all, it's 3 times as much work to do that. But there are also issues with like space. So you would need to, not only would you need to have range for abilities, you would need to have minimum range, because otherwise the animation wouldn't be able to play out at all, because there's not enough space. So like every single sword attack in the entire game would need to have a minimum range determined by the animation. That would suck hard. It could be a little cool, actually, but it would suck. Mainly because animating everything 3 times would be... no. Doesn't make sense. No! Where's my file? Been doing too much with documents. I don't have my notes in the recent there. Pathfinding needs to store its static results so we can reference it during the dynamic PF in order to determine valid decisions instead of doing range and path checks. Also implement functionality for checking for obstacles and units. While pathfinding an attack or a blast. I don't know what else. There's so much going on. Continue implementing self PB AoEs, they should not have a range, a static range, question mark? Maybe they can, just to make it simpler. And then use dynamic pathfinding, find target. I mean, if I do the static, if we do the static first, then we don't need to pathfind to check if we can target. If we do the static first, then as long as we're targeting a validated tile, then that's a valid targeting. Anyway. Ugh! Implement line and path and airstrike path binding. Path is for charging attacks. Now, I had originally just, though I don't like it because it's not, it looks bad. But I had originally intended for something that requires movement, like a dash, some kind of charging attack, charging thrust, charging shield slam, spear charge, whatever. I had intended to just make it be like, if you have moved 4 points of movement prior in this turn, then you get bonus damage or something, you know? Just so that it just uses movement that way. But the alternative is to like bake in is to just bake it into the skill so that the skill itself just uses pathfinding that uses the pathfinding logic. And then he just moves. It's gonna be a lot of extra programming because it's gonna have to like crisscross back into the pathfinding movement code. Or I'm gonna have to rip it out and put it somewhere else so it can be called. You know, it's... Oh. But that should be doable. And it might feel better. And then you might have a skill that costs like 3 or something. It costs 2. And then the amount of movement you can do is how much AP you still have remaining. So you could move 2, then use the skill, and then you'd have 6 remaining AP, then you could move 6 tiles in that turn with that skill. Right. And then it would say, like, based on X amount of AP up to a limit, then you get bonus damage or whatever. Anyway, that's it for today. We did 5 hours or so. But we have a meeting, so it's time to go. On next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good day.